UK government's mandate and skim through it, the thing that would come home very strongly will just be the use of precedents all the time, saying, as per your agreement with with Canada, as per your agreement with Japan. They're trying to just base their agreement on precedent. So now into the kind of the nitty-gritty where of the flashpoints within the content, recognising that at an overarching position there are these big differences, but we are quite close together just in theory of what they're trying to achieve. Three of the big ones I'd point to is just the structure of the agreement. The EU wants to do it as a single agreement with a single governance framework, so a single panel for working through issues, settling disputes. The UK wants to see this as a series of different agreements. I think the UK's positioning is if they lump it all together, it will allow the EU to trade off problems in one area that's maybe less important to the UK with areas where it is more important to the UK, and the UK is trying to stop that by splitting out the agreements. The second big stumbling point is fish and access to waters. This is something that we saw the EU's position harden as they went from their draft mandate, which was produced by the Commission, to the formal mandate that the Council signed off, because member states, France is the most vocal, but it's not just France, wanted to tighten up the language and to push for more. The UK is offering something that is a long, long way away from what those coastal states in the EU would want. And then the final kind of flashpoint is level playing field, which is the kind of measures around environment, labour, and state aid and subsidies that the EU requires to ensure that trade is fair, and that if one side cuts its standards in those areas, it's not going to have a competitive advantage once they've removed the kind of protection of tariffs from their market. In that area, the UK is actually saying it's going to offer the EU less than it's prepared to offer the US, for example. If you compare the mandate that the UK has published for the US, it offers them more on level playing field than it offers the UK. And I think that gets to the kind of final point I'd make about these issues, is that while we're starting from quite far apart, there is a kind of landing zone that's possible to see technically, whereas previously the sides were so kind of theoretically far apart that it was really hard to just sketch out a technical landing zone, even if the politics allowed for it. But I think, again, on all three of those issues, you can see a sort of technical landing zone in some of them if the sides are prepared to move. The two last things I will say quickly on negotiations before moving on to implementation. The first is on timing. One of the things that caught a lot of attention when the UK published their mandate was this position that the UK will take stock in June, and if the kind of low-hanging fruit, if you like, hasn't been sorted and they haven't made progress, the UK is prepared to walk away and just focus on no deal. It's quite strong messaging. I think in some respects, it kind of states the obvious, that if we are at June and no progress has been made, it really does look like we're probably heading towards no agreement. But the other thing on timing that I think is the most interesting, and which kind of makes that point I was just making about the need to move quickly even more relevant, is the point that was buried in the mandate around wanting to agree everything by September, just to give the two sides enough time on the EU side to ratify the agreement, and on the UK side it's likely to need primary legislation in order to implement it. So everyone talks about the deadline of the end of the year, but actually for the negotiations you can see that we really need to we need to have a very good idea of what this deal is going to be by the end of the summer. The final point on negotiations I'll make is on this ratification point. We don't actually yet know the formal process of ratification that will need to happen on the EU side. We don't know whether it's going to be it's going to need unanimity in the Council, so can one member state hold this thing up in the Council? We also don't know whether it's going to be what's known as a mixed agreement and require national ratification by national parliaments, which will automatically add a long time on, although you could provisionally apply elements of it. So that back end is still an unknown quantity. So moving on to the implementation, there are kind of two chunks of implementation I'll draw to. The first is implementing the withdrawal agreement, so what we've already agreed. That is, of course, relevant for citizens' rights, which I'm sure is an area you'll be looking to get into more with the later sessions, but also on the Northern Ireland Protocol and being able to actually deliver that by the end of the year. This a kind of inability to implement it, or actually some of the political messaging that is coming through about a kind of a lack of appetite on the UK government to actually implement what they've agreed, will have implications way beyond just what happens in the Irish Sea on the 1st of January, because if the EU are not content that the UK is meeting its side of the bargain on an agreement they've already done, it will either A, prevent them from wanting to do another agreement. They may say, we're not progressing on the future relationship until you've shown that you are going to keep to your word on the withdrawal agreement. But it will also mean that they'll be negotiating in this atmosphere without a huge amount of trust, and where the EU may have previously potentially been willing to fall back on looser wording in the agreement, or less legally binding, or fewer things having to go through a dispute resolution mechanism. This will make them think twice about that, because they will want to know that they have got a route to settle disputes if the UK tries to do this again. The final thing on implementation is just the huge job of being ready for the end of the transition period, given that we don't really know what that looks like yet, if there's going to be a deal in place or if there's not. If there is a deal, what will that look like? But even if you assume there is kind of the easiest thing, if you like, from an implementation perspective, is to assume nothing changes and you just take what we have now and you try to be ready for the end of the year. We're already seeing what a big challenge that is for government to deliver. And I would point to the new immigration policy as an example of that, where this government had grander ambitions, if you like, for changing the policy that Theresa May had set out in her white paper in 2018. But if you look at the detail of what's in there, the kind of core elements of it look very, very similar to what Theresa May set out, in part because if you want something up and running for the back end of this year, you can't afford to make big changes. Just the practical realities are inescapable.
Wonderful. And members, do you have any questions?
I'll just ask you, Joe, could you just explain a little bit more? You talked about how you thought both positions in terms of trade were closer than they were before. But when I sort of preparing for this meeting and reading my briefing, you know, it seemed to me the EU saying you've got to be exactly the same, and you've got Britain saying, no, we want this Canadian-style agreement, which seems to me very different. So perhaps you could just clarify that a bit more.
Yeah, okay. And I appreciate then by pointing out all of the differences, it slightly confused my point. But I think, to start, there's the overall structure of the agreement. So previously, the Prime Minister, Theresa May, was saying, we don't want a free trade agreement. We don't want to be a member of the single market. We want something in between. And we don't want to be a member of the customs union, but we want frictionless trade. And we want to be able to do our own trade agreements, but we also want to run a similar tariff regime to you at the border. All of these things they didn't fit into a kind of standard package for agreement, just technically speaking. Whereas now both sides are saying, we want a free trade agreement. We broadly agree on the chapters that it needs to cover. We broadly agree on the level of access that we're trying to achieve. We just want zero tariffs and zero quotas. There are some differences in key areas about what obligations need to be put forward on that. So the EU saying, for example, you need to follow our rules now and in perpetuity. The UK saying, we completely reject the concept of any EU institution ever having a role in the UK after Brexit. And those are the starting positions. But if you remember back to the withdrawal agreement, I think the starting positions on the financial settlement were the EU thought we should pay 100 million and the UK said we're never going to pay a penny. And lo and behold, we found a kind of middle ground in around the 40 million mark. And so, like that scenario, there are, and unlike previously, there are kind of technical landing zones that you can see. So to take the alignment scenario, the question of non-regression clauses that say we will not go lower than where we are at the end of the transition period. We'll set a kind of floor in our standards. Or the UK saying in its positioning that we don't want any role for dispute resolution if you think that we are competing unfairly. Now, we know that the UK is offering some kind of dispute resolution mechanism to the US, so presumably, seriously, it would offer that to the EU when push came to shove. So all of these things where there are differences in opening positions, but you can see technical middle grounds, whereas previously, I think the positions were kind of so far apart that there wasn't really a middle ground because they were just looking at this completely differently and looking at the kind of agreement producing completely different things. So yeah, there are still some really important technical difficulties, but it's not quite as kind of theoretically and like theologically different as it once was under Theresa May in particular.
Remember us. Oh, I beg your pardon.
Do you think that they can get an agreement by September?
I think it's possible if the two sides or one of the sides is prepared to make significant concessions and they can move quickly. The big challenge with timings is that you don't necessarily have time for the bust-ups to walk away, to come back to the table, just because of the nature of the speed in which you need to negotiate. I think the biggest challenge and the biggest question around reaching an agreement before the end of the year is that if it requires quite significant political concessions, so if the UK has started by saying no role for any EU institution and we don't want to have our standards constrained in any way, will the government see the political concession of having to move away from that worth the economic and practical benefit of the deal? Because the deal is quite a shallow agreement and it will definitely be better than nothing. But it's not significantly better than nothing in the way that just from a practical perspective, to avoid disruption, the current agreement is. So there will still be a drop and there will still be a disruption through this deal because of the change at the border, for example, because of the change in operating environment for services. So you can't get away from disruption. So there's a kind of political question, I think, of whether this government is prepared to take the political hit and still be kind of told, well, your deal caused this disruption, or whether they would rather kind of crash out on no deal or without a trading arrangement and say it's the EU's fault because they wouldn't budge, and then negotiate from that point is a kind of political judgment that is it's not my place to make, but I think it's definitely technically possible to reach a deal by the end of the year if the two sides are willing and able.
Thank you.
Assembly Member Russell.
Yeah, I was just wondering about, again, on the timing. Obviously we just don't know how the current coronavirus situation is going to play out. But if we find ourselves in some of the worst case scenarios, and that implies not just to the UK, but also the people that we're negotiating with in the EU, could we find ourselves in a situation where everything has to be extended, and has any thought been put into that, and are there mechanisms by which it could be done?
So on the first two questions of could we end up in that scenario, and has there been any thought, the answer is I don't know. I mean, I couldn't possibly speculate whether how coronavirus could impact the negotiations. I'm just not an expert and wouldn't want to say anything on that. And on whether thinking has happened, again, the short answer is I don't know. I haven't had conversations with anyone who's told me that they have. On the third question of if we decided that we wanted extra time, could we secure it? The first answer, the first point is yes. I mean, there is a mechanism in the withdrawal agreement for securing extra time by the end of June. That does not come without costs. We'd have to negotiate what our continued financial contribution to the EU would be beyond the end of this year. So it's not it's not as simple as it was previously to extend.
Yep.
And it also currently in the legislation says that there is just one point at which you can choose, which is the end of June this year. Once we go past that, there are no current legal provisions to enable you to extend again. It is a kind of subject of quite a lot of debate of, well, what if the two sides got to the back end of this year and said, both of us want a bit more time, whether that's a bit more time to negotiate or that they've done a deal and they want to give businesses a bit more time to understand what that deal is and then get ready. If they both came to that position, what could you do? I think the EU at the moment are refusing to countenance it. They're saying, no, there's a point at which you can extend. We're not talking to you about ways to do it otherwise. You can see what there is. You need to trigger it. I think a lot of people are confident that if there was a will on both sides, you could find a legal way. But it is complicated on the EU side because of the legal basis in which they could take that agreement and what role member states would have. So if I take you back to what I was saying at the beginning around ratification and the role of national parliaments, if the two sides were to try and agree a continuation of the status quo, that would affect member state competence, if you like, within the EU. It'd be shared competence. And so technically that would need full ratification. But as soon as you do that, you're adding on a huge amount of time, not providing for any. So it's really difficult to see a legal way through, but I would be very surprised if there are not teams of people both in the UK and across the EU thinking about the legal way through if it were to come about.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Owen. It's about time we issued you with a security pass here. You're here so often. But we're very, very
Really
grateful
helpful.
for your contribution. Thank
Really
you
very
so
much.
much.
as
Thanks for
always.
having me.
Thank you, Joe. Thanks.
See you soon.
Right, if I can now ask our guests for the second panel to come forward. Can I now welcome to this committee Esther McConnell, Deputy CEO of the East European Resource Centre, Alison Hunter, who's a partner at Wesley Grick Solicitors, the Immigration Law Practitioners Association, is that correct? And Anne Stoltenberg, who is the Project Development Manager at Migrant Voice. Welcome, and I'm going to hand over to Assembly Member Russell to ask your first questions of you.
Yes, thank you. So these questions are looking at the effect of EU exit on London's EU citizens, and sort of starting off really thinking about freedom of movement, and a question for all of you is, does the government's floated proposal to lower the salary threshold for EU immigrants to 25,600 provide enough reassurance for London's industries who are seeking to ensure their future workforce? I don't know who wants to go first.
I'm happy to go first.
Great, thank you.
So we have some concerns about this threshold, and that's partly in review of our user group and which is of course EU nationals and the sectors they make up. And so that is maybe builders, carers, people in hospitality professions, chefs, for example. The average salary of a builder in London is 24,960 when calculated to assuming minimums. Carer is 17,200, and a chef, not to take into account the hospitality professions below, is 25,000. So we're concerned that basically there is a huge number of people that will not meet that threshold, and that it will be very difficult for businesses to cope with that huge hike in fulfilling their workforce. The other thing that we're aware of but not sure of is the likely other costs to employment. So under the current immigration system, employing a third country national incurs other costs. For example, certificate for application, immigration skills charge, visa application fees, and on and on and on. So the sort of cost to the employer isn't limited just to the minimum threshold. The other thing that we reviewed was agricultural workers. Lots of Eastern Europeans and EU nationals work in agriculture. Approximately 80,000 seasonal agricultural workers every year, but the current plan seems to only account for about 30,000, so there's a big difference between the number and the need. And on top of that, a lot of people in these lower paid professions, particularly the construction industry, are working in self-employment. And that is partly as a result of the access arrangements for Bulgaria and Romania, where people could come, but they had to be self-employed. And that legacy has meant a lot of self-employed EU nationals in the UK. And as far as we can tell, there is no provision for self-employment in this plan, so that's concerning. So we're not sure that, we don't think that industry can be confident they can fulfill their skills needs, but our concern is actually on the other end, which is what it means to the workers. Yep. And our primary concern is that this could cause a real labour shortage in low-paid sectors, and that coupled with a population that may not be very aware of their employment rights, they may be in precarious, low-paid, self-employed or casual work, their status is explicitly linked to their employment, and this coupled with a skills shortage is the perfect recipe for exploitation and coercive work practices. Yep. So that is, we're concerned for the industries, but we're also concerned for what impact that's going to have on our user group.
Thank you.
So I would concur with everything she said. There's not much to add. The only thing that I would add is the registration of businesses who want to take up these workers. So at the moment, of course, EU nationals can be employed just like British nationals. There's no need to be licensed by the Home Office because you don't have to sponsor them. That's going to change. At the moment, about 30,000 companies, just over 30,000 companies are licensed. They tend to be big companies, not exclusively, but they tend to be. We know that there are 1.4 million small and medium enterprises who are employing people, not necessarily Europeans, but they've had access to that market. Mm. So if they want to still access the markets of Europeans or a wider market, they're going to have to get licensed. And it's a huge expense. It's a lot of bureaucracy, there's a lot of form filling. It can all be done, but you have to really feel that you need that person. And of course, then if that person leaves, you've had this cost which was significant and you can't get it back. So I think the market is going to change. It's not going to affect larger companies because they'll be up and running already with this system, but smaller companies will either have a significantly reduced workforce which they have access to, or they are going to need to get licensed.
And the process of getting licensed, is there help for people with that? I mean, is there... no.
No, I think is probably the short answer. There is guidance on the Home Office website. Exactly. So it's not particularly transparent. It's quite a difficult system. Yeah. There is some talk of it being simplified, and we'll be possibly going to hear about that in the autumn, but it's not clear from the announcements that have been made that is the case. The government is, to be fair, aware that it's an issue and that they're going to have to do something and help in a way. But up to now, of course, they've not been overly keen on companies getting licensed because it's been a way of maintaining or restricting immigration from non-EU countries.
I'm sort of speechless. It's because we've heard the range of sectors that are involved here, yeah. And there's huge numbers of workers who are currently working and supporting these different sectors with their labour. And so we've got a situation where actually there may just not be a mechanism for certainly those smaller businesses to be employing EU nationals. So do you have any sense of what's going to, how, I mean, you've obviously raised the issue of the potential for exploitation and coercion, but are there any scenarios how this could work out in a way that is okay for those workers and also for those small and medium businesses?
So the one thing I would say is that the system is flexible in terms of them being able to reduce the salary very quickly if they wanted to. They can, the government can from virtually from one day to the next say that we will reduce that salary. Obviously politically at the moment that's not going to happen. That politically, and the word from the Home Office and Priti Patel is very much skill up, get those British people out working. We've got apparently 8 million people who aren't doing anything. My mother was horrified to think she might have to go back to work. But those are the people they were talking about, students and retirees. Those are in those 8 million people. I'm not quite sure is the honest answer. There's an idea that you can digitize some things, automate some things, and of course some things you can, but some things are very, very difficult to do, and things like social care particularly. And as you so rightly said, we're talking about, they always talk about low-skilled work. Well, it's not low-skilled, it's low-paid, and it's because we don't value it. So there is going to be pressure, presumably, on salaries. There's going to be an inflationary pressure upwards in some areas, which I think is going to be significant. I mean,
pay going up would be potentially a positive outcome, and sort of working conditions. I mean, we're sort of hearing at the moment about the problems of gig economy workers who potentially won't get paid if they're told to self-isolate, and so is there a scenario where this actually drives up employment conditions, drives up pay, and leaves currently low-paid workers in a better place?
So I think there's an argument for that, but I think what the problem is you're going to get more illegal working. Yeah. That's what I think is going to happen personally. And I have to admit, that's not necessarily based on any great data analysis or anything, but I think there's potential, as soon as you make things too difficult to get into the workforce, you get an economy which is not legal. And I think that could still happen. And of course, we're still going to allow these EU citizens in without visas, so you've got that potential that they will still come, and as you so rightly said, I think be exploited in those types of jobs. If as a society we decide we will pay, for example, for social care, then I think there is some possibility that the pay could go up, but let's face it, at the moment, that's not a decision we're politically taking. Yeah.
Anne, did you want to add anything?
Just a very tiny point to build on what you were saying about low pay, not low skill. I think that the rhetoric that's out there is extremely unhelpful, both for workers who are currently doing these jobs and the potential for other workers to start doing them. When we talk about when we speak so much about low skilled, and now will no longer be able to have people come in who are unskilled, and it really sends that signal that these are not jobs you want to work in. And so if the idea is to get more British people to take up these jobs, that's not helpful. And I think it's not helpful in terms of instead of valuing people and their contributions, it's really all about, we're not sure we want you here, and we're not sure this work is worth doing. But we know it's essential work that keeps the country running, that keeps the economy going. And I think we need to start speaking differently about the value of these roles. And with that comes a different tone in terms of how you talk about the people doing the work.
Yeah. Just moving on, we were hearing from Joe Owen about the sort of timetable of the negotiations as we work through this year towards finally completely leaving. When do we need to know the detail of the new immigration rules in order that businesses and workers will have enough time to adapt and prepare to be ready for them?
The sooner the better. I mean, I think I don't do a lot of work for large companies, but some small companies, they're already thinking, well, what should we be doing? What can we be doing? And that planning takes time, and wherever you are, it takes time, and so it's very difficult. at least we've got some announcements now. We have an idea now about the points-based system. We know where that's going, and so that's good. What surprised people, as Joe touched on, is that it's not that different, actually. The scheme is not changing vastly. But I think the sooner the better. And we're being told that it could be the autumn, which is very late, really, to be able to plan.
Yep. And are there sort of particular risks that would flow out of it? Say we don't know more detail until the autumn. Are there particular risks that you can see for London as a city, for and for those workers and for those businesses?
It puts people off. I mean, it's much harder to attract somebody into a system where you can't explain to them what they're going to have to provide, what they're going to need to do. It's not so much the very highly skilled people who see themselves as completely global and mobile across the whole world. They'll be probably fine and they feel very confident about doing it. It's the people slightly below that, I think, that it really affects. And they think, okay, well, I've actually got the choice of going to Paris or London, and actually I know exactly what I'm getting in Paris and I know how to do it, and so that you think about going there. So I think that's problematic. And I think for lower skilled people, or for people who are not as highly qualified, it's just completely off-putting and appears hostile. So they don't even sort of consider. It then has a knock-on effect on things like studying and coming here generally for shorter periods.
I think to add to that as well, I think there's a chance of significant productivity loss in that employers scramble to try and suddenly get everything in line. I think there are much better ways of bringing in new employment practices, which this is an immigration ruling, but it affects employment practice. For example, having a 1.5 year lead-in, and people can consult their lawyers. Bigger companies get on board faster. Best practice is built. It flows down. And something like an autumn date for understanding the rules around for sectors who could have a significant number of staff impacted by them. I think the risk to workers is significant anxiety, and as I've said, I'm afraid I'll harp on about, is risk of exploitation. And just to give a really good example of that, so in the construction industry, which I'm very close to, partly because of our clients and partly because my partner is a builder, for some jobs you need to have a CSCS card, a thing that says that you know how to work safely. Mm-hmm. A lot of employers use that card as a way to say, oh, you don't have it and you're from Romania, I'll pay you £30 a day. It's a favour. I'll pay you £30 a day. So these confusions around what you need to have, who you are, the employer, these power relationships, and lack of time for proper dissemination of information to both employers and workers just puts people at such risk, and also, anxiety of their position in the UK, which is their home.
Would that kind of, I'll offer you £30 a day cash type offer happen on kind of big public procurement type contracts, or just on smaller sites?
No, in fact, much more often definitely on larger sites, of course on smaller sites as well. But the way the construction industry works is that you often have many layers of subcontracting.
Yep.
And so the large company at the top contracts someone to lay all the floors in the building, let's say, and they provide 7 guys to lay all the floors in the building. I'm simplifying massively, but
yeah.
And then that person who gets those 7 guys finds them from Gumtree, picks them up outside Selco. Maybe they're regular employees, but the person at the top of the chain doesn't necessarily know the employment relationship of the person on their site.
But they should. It just feels like a really serious gap. And certainly, for instance, work that's being done on behalf of City Hall, Crossrail, those kind of big contracts, there should be some kind of clause in the contract that no workers will be employed.
Well,
who,
I think you'll find that this is part of anti-trafficking legislation anyway, that there's a requirement to cleanse your suppliers of possibilities of trafficking, but it doesn't necessarily work.
it doesn't
all the time.
sound necessarily as if it
Work all the time.
works.
I mean, it's
But-
certainly happening now, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, I mean, what
sure.
you're saying is that in these circumstances, it could be worse than it is at the
Exactly.
moment. because
Particularly when
certainly
there's a
happens now.
very short lead-in to a change in the
People
law
don't
around
understand.
people's immigration or employment status. This is a point at which the power relationship shifts and people become very vulnerable to unscrupulous employers.
Thank you. Just moving on to think about people who are living and working in this country, who are EU nationals in particular, rather than getting people coming here from elsewhere in the EU. So the EU settlement scheme, and just what have you heard about people's experiences of applying for settled status under the Home Office's EU settlement scheme? Don't know. Anne, would you like to go first?
Yes, well, I will talk a little bit about, we did a report last year between June and September. We interviewed people about their experiences of either having applied for settled status, or we asked them about why, if they hadn't applied, why was that? The research, I mean, I'll talk a little bit about that, but also because things have moved on, just talk about what our current concerns are. But our survey found that 49% of those taking it found it difficult, either ranging from slightly difficult to very difficult. 38% found that they needed to give additional evidence. And I think it is important to say that, yes, while we know that this is an easier application for immigration application than most others out there, we were concerned about the level still of technical problems, of problems in terms of getting the right information and advice, and incorrect decisions made and so on, especially when you scale that up and you're looking at the time when we were doing it. The people we were able to contact are people who are more likely to know that we exist, that such a survey exists, who can take that kind of survey. They're not going to be the people who will struggle the most to access the system. And at that point, probably more people were applying who were confident that they would get a positive decision. So I'm concerned that even that group were facing the difficulties they were facing. The other thing to point out is just the strong feelings that even when people got a positive decision, the feelings people were expressing were, from humiliation, anger, feeling ashamed, feeling scapegoated, feeling humiliated by the scheme and the process of applying or having to apply. And then once you got the decision, there were a number of concerns, including things like what happens now with my data? Is this really secure? Is this enshrined in law? What can change later in terms of my status? And we made a number of recommendations. One particular one, I think, the Home Office has made a change. This was around people who were not found in the system because they changed their name, either because they had changed it through divorce or marriage, or because they were transgender. And the Home Office have now tried to implement something where you can add in other names you've been known by. So hopefully that will take care of that. But I think most of our recommendations still stand as things we are concerned about. For example, around data sharing and the lack of physical proof. So I want to mention some of the things that I am aware of now that we're concerned about, that the people we work with are concerned about. I mean, the number one is about people becoming undocumented at the end of the time period because of not having applied. And I think when we look at who's at risk of not applying, it is still people who are, in care, or people who are isolated in different ways, perhaps through their employment relationship, or perhaps with a language barrier, or because of, they're ill, and so on. But I think it's also important to point out that the information out there, when I meet people who are extremely well informed and educated and go to lots of meetings and information about this, people who will still say, just a few weeks ago will say, I don't think I have to apply because I've got permanent residency. Oh, but I don't have to apply because I had status, in the past I had this indefinite leave, I've been here for this long. So lots of people in all kind of categories that we may not see as vulnerable or at risk in any way still are not fully aware that they need to apply. And I think especially when you feel you've got another kind of status at some point, that then you feel that that doesn't apply to me. I think what we're concerned about is how the Home Office will define what they are now working on, a list of reasonable grounds for why you might not have applied. So how will it define what is reasonable grounds? Is it based on this person really couldn't apply because they were child in care? Okay, that seems hopefully something that will be obvious for them to see as reasonable. But how will you have to prove? How can you prove, for example, that you were unable to apply or you were not informed enough to be able to apply? I think I'm concerned about how we can trust that criteria is sound, and I think we still feel that it should be a declaratory scheme, especially as we get very close to the end and there are people who haven't applied. And I think when we talk about how we, the statistics that are coming out are still statistics that double count applications, because, this is the number of people applied. It sounds great, but it's not individuals who've applied. It is how many applications received. So if you apply and you get pre-settled status and you apply again, then it counts that person's application twice. I think we're concerned as well about what will happen now in terms of wrong decisions. Is there truly an independent oversight of this? What's the redress mechanism? What if you want to complain? Currently, you can make another application. If you were granted pre-settled status and you feel you should have been granted settled status, you can apply again. But what are the other mechanisms? And there is an administrative review process where 89% of decisions are found in favor of the applicant, which either shows that there's something not working in how they're processing cases, or the information they're giving about what you should submit with your application is not what it should be. I think that data sharing is a big concern for people. I mean, there's kind of two aspects of it. One that came out in our survey was people sometimes saying, well, I don't understand if I've been here for 30 years and I've got a mortgage and I've got now a pension, I've got I should be in the system. I pay tax for all these years. Why am I not showing up? And that has happened quite a lot, that people put in their NI number and then the system doesn't find you. But then on the other hand, people are also concerned about, well, when there is data, and now the Home Office has it, what do they do with it? How is it kept safe? And there's obviously an issue around how the Home Office use your data, but there's also an issue around if people who go to other people to get help to apply, in the best case scenario, go to a nice organization where people are nice and keep the right legal information. But if someone doesn't have their own email address, for example, and they are using someone else's email address, which I know has happened, for example, using an immigration advisor's email address, that person's letter saying, like, here's your number that this is your status number, goes to someone else's email address. In the best case scenario, this is a nice person who understands GDPR and understands, but in the worst case scenario, this is a rogue solicitor who has got someone to pay £300 or £1,000 to give incorrect, to process their application, and now holds your information. So I think there's an issue there about who holds that information, who holds access to your settled status number, email, so that you need to log in to check your status. And I think there's also, comes to the issue of physical proof, lack of physical proof, that I know the Home Office is saying that this is more safe than having physical proof, which can be tampered with, but on the other hand, we would argue as well that you can also tamper with this process. It's open to abuse, either because people have access to your information.
Yes, and I've heard that because you've got to have proof to be able to rent a flat and get a bank account and do all sorts of practical things that just make living in this country possible. So do you have views about, because it is only digital proof that people have, do you think there should be some kind of physical thing that people have, like I don't know whether it's a sort of an identity card or driving license equivalent type thing that just proves your settled status?
I think it will be extremely difficult to move from a period where you did not have to provide evidence of your status to rent a flat, for example, and now that they've implemented the right to rent checks and so on, now you have people who have no physical proof to say, this is my right to stay here, where your prospective landlord, has to look you up in a system to see whether you have rights to be here. I think there are employers and landlords who will not want to make those checks. And I think that it will prevent you from accessing lots of things. I think I think they will lead to lots of discrimination not to have this. I understand there can be issues with the card. I understand that, and that they want to move to a whole system. But I think that, for example, the fact that because you're not supposed to check status right now, so we know that sometimes people are already being asked, but at the moment you're not supposed to check someone's settled status. But so for that reason, of course, also they haven't really tested the rollout of this. They haven't really tested that it works, in my understanding. So I don't know what, I don't want to take over, because maybe you have some other comments on it.
I mean, I think the problem is the Home Office intends this to be the future for everybody. It's not just going to be EU citizens, but they need to roll it out. And the EU citizens have become the pilot because they can still get on a plane, for example, without a document and all these types of things. So, but when they roll it out to absolutely everybody, and the carriers and airlines and are used to using it for everybody coming in, it's going to become standard. I think for some people it's extremely, extremely difficult. I was doing the advice session at Islington Town Hall yesterday for European citizens, and there were 3 elderly gentlemen there who they don't use computers. It's that simple. And they were, what am I going to do? So I had to kind of explain to them, well, there's not much you can do. They will be able to read it from the chip in your passport, which was, that just baffled them more than it baffled me. So I think part of it is a sort of secure feeling for the person who's got the status. It's something that they've got in their hands. But I think persuading the Home Office to change it is not going to happen.
Mm-hmm. Esther, did you want to add something?
Yes. So I'll talk about the digital confirmation. A lot of our clients really don't trust it. So I should say that we were running a service that's Tuesday through Saturday, outreach and drop-ins for vulnerable and marginalised Eastern Europeans. So we come across a lot of the EU settlement scheme. In fact, it's a lot of what we're doing. They don't trust it, and there's a very good reason why they don't trust it, which is a combination of an awareness of the Windrush scandal and how those records were lost, and also because lots of our clients have indefinite leave to remain and were originally told not to apply and then were told to apply. Upon application, almost every single one of them has been asked to prove their indefinite leave to remain. This leads them to understand, or other things that they expect the Home Office to have, like details of their taxes, this kind of thing. That they're not coming up on the checks, and this leads them to not trust the Home Office to have the record that only the Home Office then has, i.e. because it's digital, they only have it if they can log in and see it. So I've explained that in a roundabout way, but there's a lack of trust that the Home Office will maintain the records that they need. And then on top of that, understandable fear about kind of losing access. So particularly, imagine an 80-year-old Polish lady, and she's got to go through all these screens, and a text message goes to her phone and a code goes to her email, and all in English, and she speaks English, but it's her second language, and it's just absolutely baffling and really confusing and a bit scary, to be honest. And I think that is a really core problem with it being a digital confirmation. The other thing is a slightly technical thing, which is that you need the confirmation date which is only on your letter, and your letter comes to your email, and almost 90% of them go to the junk and get deleted, but there's nowhere on when you log in to see your confirmation date, and it's quite important for certain things.
That sounds like something that could be corrected. I mean,
yeah, it's been bouncing around to and from the Home Office for a while. I don't want to. We've made them aware of it, and we keep making them aware of it because it keeps affecting people. The other thing I just wanted to add to the kind of rogue solicitor problem is a broader thing that's happening at the moment that we're noticing in our drop-in services, is that we're now getting clients who either someone has helped them or kind of scammed them, one or the other, and they've done it really badly, and And probably they've also put their own contact details in, either out of benevolence or something else like identity theft. And unpicking those is very difficult. It takes a very long time, and it's very difficult for the person to unpick that problem by themselves. Yeah. And the second thing is that sort of coming out of the woodwork now are people with quite complicated problems. So a good example to give you something really to pin down on is people who have been in the UK for a very long time, but they may have worked sporadically or maybe part of a family business, that kind of thing, and their husband's has all of the, you know, the utility, the council tax, all of that is in the husband's name. And we have quite a lot of women like that in that position, and proving their status in the UK is also difficult. And you know, that takes a long time and is very difficult for people to manage by themselves, to manage giving that evidence by themselves. Though the process is simple, we are seeing more of these kind of complicated cases coming through. I don't know if you are as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But just adding to the digital system, I think one of the problems is going forward, every time you change your passport, every time you change your telephone number, every time you change your email address, you're going to have to notify the Home Office. They're going to have to update their records. Well, I can tell you, my clients are never going to do that. So what's going to happen, I'm waiting for the first call, is they go abroad. It won't be the European nationals because they can get back on a plane, but their family members won't be able to get back on a plane because they haven't updated their passports at the Home Office, and they won't be able to see that they've got status in the UK, so the carrier won't let them on. So that, as soon as you let a huge population of at least 3 million plus people be in the position where they've got to update the Home Office, you've got a problem somewhere in the system. And from that point of view, I think having a card of some sort is, of course, helpful.
Yeah, because it has an expiration
date.
Yeah,
so you have a date on it. If you have a date on it, somebody will actually see it. But on this, with your passport, people are going to have to think an extra step. Right, I've updated my passport. I now have to tell the Home Office. And at the moment, the only way you can update that data on a passport is by sending it in. And my clients don't like sending their passport in. And they don't understand why they have to, because they've just done this wonderful thing on an app where they don't have to send it in. And when I tell them, but you've got this new passport now, we need to send it in, they look at me completely baffled for obvious reasons. Now, hopefully that will get changed, and they will...
Is that something that the Home Office are looking at changing at the moment? Yeah.
But they, what do they say? It's on the back burner. Got a few other things beforehand.
They've got quite a lot on their plate at the moment. So do you think that there's any more that could be done to assist family members of EEA nationals who are resident in the UK who lack the relevant paper evidence to prove their length of residence and navigate this system? So you've raised that there are people, people with the bills in their husband's name. Is there anything else that could be done to help these people? I mean, I was wondering about whether electoral registration, is that something that's counted?
Oh, I don't know. So I've used electoral registration for a estranged couple, and they did. I had to show the European BP, and I was acting for the third country national. They did accept it as residents, but I had to really push it. So it's not standard.
Yeah.
Because you can be on their comment was you can be on the register and have left the country, and I'm like, yes, well, you can have a council tax bill and have left the country, so that doesn't really, and it's a balance of probabilities, so you should be looking at everything in the round. I think it's a difficult thing to pin down what's helpful.
Yeah, so when it's, please correct me if I'm wrong because you have a much more detailed knowledge, but as I understand it, when it's children, the birth certificate could be provided, and I wonder about, is a marriage certificate a strong enough evidence to, and then, because so what happens at the moment is with a child, you submit the birth certificate and link it to the parental EUSS application, and well, you know, the feminist in me sort of weeps, but a marriage certificate and then linking it to the person with the evidence in their names application, or supporting level 1 advisors on the USS scheme, you know, to give support, to support clients to give supporting statements,
Yep.
as you would with the other immigration system.
So I think now, just to pick up on something you said, we have now got an appeal right since the end of January, and it will be going to a first-tier tribunal, so that there will be independent people looking at decisions. So I think we are going to need to move for some people towards them making a statement, but also getting statements from people they know who can attest to them having been in the UK. I can't see for some people how else they're going to be able to do it. And given it's meant to be a balance of probabilities, and given that the line from the Home Office, and to be fair, it is something they've been doing to be relatively generous, I would have thought that is something that will come.
Mm-hmm.
Particularly if the statements, well, yeah, if the, you know, they could manage the statements so that they in some way felt secure, like, you know, one from a GP or something.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I can imagine local councillors sort of attesting to having known that someone was a constituent for
Yes. Yeah.
the previous 10 years or something. Anne, did you want to add anything?
Just to say that it was raised as a concern in our survey that there seemed to be that it seemed to take significantly longer for non-EA national family dependents, you know, and I think more longer than it seems to me that it would take to figure out these people are cohabiting and, you know, and here and this is the identity of this person. I mean, I think from what we found, people felt that there was a level of discrimination involved, and this kind of that, you know, here's my, you know, Polish partner and Brazilian, you know, Polish wife, Brazilian husband, and why does it take, you know, 4 months and 1 week, you know, when clearly, you know, this family lives together, and, you know, all you should really care about is that they are a couple, and they are who they are. I mean, so there seems to me that yes, there need to be greater discretion in terms of how they. I know they are trying to be generous and flexible, but they should be willing to take on more information, or perhaps the burden of proof needs to be set slightly differently for this. It doesn't seem to me like this is where you would be needing to be most concerned about scam marriages and whatever else there might be. That why it's taking so long to decide. I think you have to be careful about how differently you treat people because of the country of origin.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think some of those suggestions sound good. But I mean, I think it's really just about what can people prove. You know, what other statements can you accept, and maybe being more flexible with what statements you accept, so that someone can say, I know this person, and yeah.
Mm-hmm. My final question is about the support that the Mayor of London has been providing to EU citizens, and just whether that has been helpful, and if there's anything more that you can see that the Mayor could be doing. So I don't know who would like to go first.
Okay, I can go first. I mean, I think it's been extremely helpful in terms of the welcoming message. The rhetoric used is helpful, and I think, you know, we need more of that, especially to counter some of the other messaging. So I think that shouldn't be underestimated as a kind of setting an example. So for example, what we talked about earlier and talking about the value of the work, you know, and the value of individuals rather than talking about people as sort of undesirable. I think in terms of, I think the Mayor's done a lot to ensure that there are information sessions and you know, events marking the presence of European nationals in London as integral to society here. I think one of the things I'm wondering whether that more could be done on is maybe issuing more guidance to employers and landlords around how they, you know, around the fact that this is going to be a digital thing they have to look up, and around the fact that they should not be checking people yet, but you know, that nothing has changed yet. I mean, I think the mixed messages that have come out, not from the Mayor, but from others, have not always been helpful. So I think it's good to be very clear about from when do people need to be checked. They do not need to be currently checked. And when you do it, this is how it works. And these people have the right to be here. Yeah. And you know, the status may look a little bit different from what you're used to, but this is what it will be like. I think that doing a lot of that work on the ground with employers and might be helpful.
Thank you. Alison?
Yes, so I've been very positively impressed actually by what's been going on. I've been involved in some of the advice sessions which have been very well publicised and attended. I think the website's good. And I completely agree with you. Going forward, I think sort of educating employers, but also making them not afraid of an EU, employing an EU citizen going forward and into the future, and just getting that information out that it's still possible and what they need to do.
I completely agree with those that have spoken. The other thing that I think might be helpful is currently applications for vulnerable and marginalised EU nationals in the UK to the EU settlement scheme has been funded, like a lot of funding for charities to support people to apply, charities like ourselves. That funding drops off at the end of March, so in about 3 weeks' time, and it goes completely. And there is, at the moment, unknown funding. So probably if there is funding, it will be some time away. We are very concerned about that drop-off in support, and I think that the London Mayor could think about looking at those most vulnerable and how councils and the London Assembly can think about getting those through the EU settlement scheme. And I'm thinking particularly children in care, elderly, those who are, chronically ill or in hospital wards, people who are interacting with social workers, homeless, victims of modern slavery. I'm thinking of all these groups of people who are really incredibly marginalised and have a lot of other things to worry about. And that the support for those people to apply is literally about to disappear completely. Yep. The other thing is the language of the campaigns in London has been very supportive and helpful. However, I think that the Home Office marketing coupled with it has possibly been slightly misleading for people. So, and I mean this in the kind of like it's a simple application that you can do, a simple thing. Whereas really it's quite complicated and it's mandatory, really, if you want to stay in the UK and work here. And I think from our clients, I understand that has led to a bit of confusion around when they should be doing it, what they should be doing, what's going to happen with it, and that confusion is not helpful for anyone.
Yeah, sort of a lack of a sense of urgency because the language from the Home Office is
quite soft.
Yeah,
and warm, and I'm trying to sort of couch what I'm saying very carefully because it is important that people do not feel alienated and foreign here. However, it is important that they understand what they need to do to maintain their rights.
Yes.
And I think a campaign from the Mayor of London, very carefully written to be clear about that, would be useful. I don't know if you want to disagree with me because I'm aware that what I'm saying is a bit difficult to
I think it makes a lot of sense. I think there's a big difference between being made to feel, we welcome you here and this is your home, and then but this is a mandatory application. I mean, I think it is possible to do both. I think that's quite important, perhaps not to lose the first element, but also not to make it seem like it's a choice or, because as I said before, that there are people who say, well, I've got permanent residency, that's fine, or I don't need to apply yet, But again, if your application might end up being very complicated, you should probably apply sooner rather than later. So I think it is important that it's very clear. And I don't think it's been shared enough, actually. I think in terms of the government's duty to make sure people know this is happening. I mean, this goes beyond the mayor. But I think, have you tried to write to everyone who's on the electoral register? No, I mean, and again, I know there's lots of people who are not on the electoral register, lots of people who are street homeless, and lots of people who are not would not get that. But have you tried the sort of actual council and government mechanism to try to reach people to say you must apply for this? I don't think there's been any kind of
Yeah,
attempt to get that message out, other than like the teacup. You know, it's not the same.
yeah, and particularly in community languages as well.
Yeah.
And particularly through councils, I think there could be more done to say, look, we have these populations in our area, we know it, and how do we tell those people that this is a necessary thing? And the truth is that for many of those people, English isn't gonna, or, you know, the people that are, you know, very confident in English will probably have come across it anyway. It's lots and lots of people who aren't going to notice the teacups, as you say.
Which goes back to the point about, you know, what you were saying about the funding. It is really worrying that this funding is coming to an end. You know, I mean, we're not one of the organisations funded. You know, you are, but it's just, we know whether we are one of the funded organisations or not that this is really necessary. And what I hear from all the organisations who have been funded is that yes, there's a lot being done, but we still know that we're not reaching everybody yet. And you know, it's necessary to continue this type of funding.
So our message to the Mayor is thank you for being so welcoming, thank you for all the outreach work to EU citizens, but we need you to be giving some guidance to employers and landlords so that they don't start asking people for information they're not meant to ask for yet, and making sure that sorry, I've lost my notes here. There was the other very
those most marginalised and vulnerable still have access to support
Thank
to apply
you.
to the EU settlement scheme, is what I would say.
Yes, and also just for the Mayor to be aware that the funding for organisations like yours, which deal with the most marginalised citizens, is coming to an end, and therefore there is going to be a gap there that perhaps the Mayor or the next Mayor should step in to fill.
Yeah, and that this gap, or possibly not a gap, possibly just an end, that is happening at a time when we are seeing the most complex, difficult cases coming through. So it's, you know, it's a sort of really hard position for us at the moment.
Yeah, well, I think, could we add that to our letter to the Mayor?
And I'm getting the impression that the sort of communication to those who haven't applied yet is, as a friend, you need to deal with this urgently. That's the impression. Thank you very much.
And if there is a way to get a message to the government about this thing of how will they treat those who have not applied, you know, given that they're stopping this funding and so on, what are reasonable grounds for not having applied? How will people be dealt with when it's after that deadline and you haven't applied? I think to have a bit of clarity around that would be very good.
Thank you very much.
You've got.
I beg your pardon.
No, don't worry. Just sort of speaking up. The point you were making about, at some point, the message for employers about staff who work for them and their status and this. It just struck me that actually in London you've got an awful lot of people who are self-employed who might have a relationship with someone who does a piece of work for them whose status may not be settled. And what advice them, but also there's an awful lot of people who've got, you know, I know, nannies, cleaners, all sorts of people who support them, who many will use a payroll company who I'm sure will be advising them, but there's an awful lot who probably aren't. It's how you reach, as it were, all those sorts of people who wouldn't, if you say employers, I think of a small company or whatever, but actually there's an awful lot of people out there who could be caught up with this as well. Have you any thoughts around when that sort of message should be going out to them?
I think, again, sooner rather than later, because, you know, otherwise you will have people afraid to hire or to continue to hire people who are EA nationals. And I think it's difficult at this time because, you know, you do still have it's still you know, we're encouraging people to apply, but, you know, you still have up until the deadline to apply. And at this moment, you should not be telling people, oh, I'm not going to, you know, you can't work for me unless you've applied. But at some point there will, you know, you will be employing someone you shouldn't be employing. So people do need to know, but it needs to be done in a way where I think it still protects the worker who may not have applied yet and still is legitimately legally working for them. So the message needs to be quite carefully made.
And just to sort of give evidence to that, we have had several people who have been asked for their settled status, for their accommodation, for jobs, and many who have found themselves in very precarious situations because of particularly delays. So one of the things that didn't get mentioned before is that there are delays at the moment. You know, there are lots of people that have applied but not heard, and those delays seem to particularly be around people that have a criminal record, and that is causing a lot of anxiety. But then coupled with them already being asked, it's causing, you know, it's putting them into quite precarious situations of losing jobs, basically, or losing their accommodation. And we've seen those already, and we haven't reached the end point. So, yeah, just to sort of add evidence to what you're saying.
That's helpful, thank you.
With that, thank you so much for your time. Really do appreciate it. And we'll now take a small 10-minute recess, if that's all right, in preparation for the next panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
And I thank us for the recess.
GLA Chamber Sound. 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 GLA, chamber, 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 sound.
Thank you very much. We've now recommencing the EU Exit Working Group meeting. And it's for this second, actually third panel, I beg your pardon, that we've got today. Can I welcome David Hennig, who's the UK Director of the European Centre for International Political Economy, Anand Menon, Director of the UK in a Changing Europe, Dr. Anna Jezewski, Customs and Trade Consultant for the British Chambers of Commerce, and Victoria Hewson, Head of Regulatory Affairs, Research Associate at the Institute of Economic Affairs. Now, for this section, we're going to start off with Assembly Member Pidgeon asking you some questions.
Thank you. So this section's about London and future trade deals. And before you arrived, we heard from Joe Owen at the start, the Institute for Government, who just so simply explains these complex things as though they're very, very easy indeed. But he was talking about actually how he could see, despite both sides having very different positions or in a better place, he could see that there might be an agreement compared to where we've been in the past. But in terms of the business community, do you think London's businesses are really well prepared for the changing terms of a future relationship with the European Union? Who would like to go first? I was looking at Anna, actually. Do you want to go first? Over to you.
Yes, of course. So obviously I look at only one part of that relationship, which is customs. So what I look at is whether businesses are prepared for new customs formalities, potentially checks and so on, both on the normal border, we just call it the normal border, as well as the special border in northern, in the Irish Sea, really. And again, there's many things to that point. You have a number of businesses that have obviously traded with non-EU countries and know what the process involves. For them, it's just a question of capacity, both in terms of internal processes, staff, systems and so on, as well as in terms of the government and whether the government and port authorities and other official authorities involved in the process are prepared. And then you have SMEs and businesses that this will be their first introduction to the world of customs. And for these businesses, in particular, finding a good customs broker, someone who can walk them through the process, advise them and do the process on their behalf will be very important. We also have an issue of lack of these people, lack of these organizations, so shortages of customs brokers, logistic providers and so on. That's going to impact businesses. So in terms of readiness, whether businesses are ready, no, they're not. And part of it is because they don't necessarily fully know what to prepare for. Part of it is because there are some capacity issues that they're not up to them. It's not a thing that businesses can do something about. I think a lot of them have prepared as much as they could have by now. The default process, we know what it is. We know what's going to happen on the border in Calais to a certain extent. We're still waiting to see whether there will be any simplifications, any special regimes, procedures if we have a trade agreement. and whether, obviously, if we have a trade agreement, then we have rules of order and so on. So we're still waiting for some details, but a lot of it we already know. It's just whether there's capacity on both sides to prepare for that.
But you're saying a lot of businesses aren't prepared because they don't really know yet fully what they're preparing
I think it's if we look at the business, we're looking at the company's internal processes, but we're also looking at the company in terms of its wider ecosystem. So there are two things here. One is what the company can do internally, which is, do you make a decision to hire more people? If you have a customs team and the customs team is busy at this point while we're still in the EU because they're dealing with other parts of the world, do you hire more people? Do you hire consultants? Do you hire temp staff? Or do you make an investment and hire someone full-time? What do you do with your ERP systems internally? How do you prepare the business kind of from the inside? But then you have the entire supply chain, and you have everything that the business interacts with, financing, logistics providers, delays, customers, all these kind of wider issues. And obviously businesses can do something to prepare from that perspective, but there are limits to what they can do. If we're going to have massive queues at the border, how do you prepare for that?
Yeah, indeed, lovely. And
Just add a couple of things in talking about the sort of services sector. In one way, there's less excuse for companies not to be preparing now than there was, because I think if you're in the services sector, you pretty much know
yes,
the deal's not going to cover services. You have an idea of what's going to happen to immigration. There's still elements of uncertainty. I mean, you know, it's very hard as a company to predict how willing a French national is going to be to come to the UK next year, even if they're allowed under law. And, you know, if you think about things like the creative industries, they're very, very dependent on EU nationals. So there's a level of uncertainty, but it's less than it was, because actually the outlines of the deal have become clearer. But I'd mirror what Anna said, which is, it is partly a question of size, isn't it? I mean, I'd be very, very surprised if those firms that we can see through the window haven't made preparations for Brexit, because they've got size, they've got scale, they've got cash, they've got teams that can do it. But it's always been the case throughout this Brexit process that the people who just seemed to be immune to this were small businesses.
yes.
Partly because they just haven't got the time and space to think about these things, partly because they haven't got the resources to be able to plan, and so they will always put things off. And I think it's there that it's very hard to predict, but the assumption has got to be that actually amongst smaller businesses there is a level of unpreparedness.
Yeah. Lovely. Victoria?
I would just add to that a slight qualification, which is, of course, that most businesses just don't trade internationally at all. I think nationally it's something like 80% of British businesses don't engage in international trade.
80?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
I mean, that's quite a speculative figure, because there are obviously thousands, if not millions, of very small businesses. So it's quite a fluid thing to measure. But that's not to say, of course, that they won't be affected by knock-on effects through the supply chain. So a small retailer, for example, doesn't import goods, it buys them from a wholesaler who itself will have had to go through the importing formalities. So it's actually, while it's probably fair to say small businesses aren't prepared, in many respects they don't need to, because the preparations for new formalities, etc., will be done further up the supply chain by the importers and wholesalers from a formalities perspective. As I say, there will be knock-on effects. You might have to build in extra time. You might have to provide different kinds of information, billing, things like that might be done slightly differently. But for the small business, the small retailer, it really it is out of their hands. On services, I would also echo what Anand just said. I think it's important to recall that for highly regulated services, like financial services, like broadcasting, they needed to be prepared a long time ago for the possibility that we might have left on March 29th last year, and the glide path for preparing for being outside of the single market for those highly regulated sectors, it takes quite a long time to prepare, so they couldn't wait until March 28th before applying for a German banking license. So to a great extent, that's all been done, and anything that now happens to improve the working relationship after the end of this year will be, I guess, I don't want to say it will be just a happy bonus, because it's obviously very important, but people are prepared and ready to continue to serve their customers in the EU, even if there is no particularly ambitious financial services or audiovisual section in the future agreement.
Thank you, David.
Well, I think that it's actually being a little harsh on business to expect them to be fully prepared. And the reason for that is that we're moving from what I would consider a permissive regime in trading with the EU, which is that pretty much you can do what you like. You can hire people from wherever you like across the EU. You can treat the entirety of the EU as if it's part of the UK. And you're moving to a much more legally based system where actually an awful lot of things are not allowed. And we're not entirely sure, and businesses aren't entirely sure, what will and won't be allowed. So, for example, if you need to have somebody fix your IT and for whatever reason this IT system, you know, the specialists from it normally come from another country, you know, you might not necessarily have thought that. You don't know yet whether that's going to be allowed under the rules or not. We don't know things like mobile phone roaming. I know that it seems obvious that technically our rights to do it come to an end, but we don't know what companies will be doing. That is going to affect costs potentially if you're travelling a lot around the EU. I recall an article literally about 3 weeks ago in the Sunday Times where a columnist was saying, I'm sure they won't get rid of e-hit cards. Well, all indications are that e-hit cards will not be valid. And actually to go through every single touch point that a business may have with the EU and to consider every single reason in which that might be broken, I think that's a big job. And I wouldn't have expected all businesses to be able to do it. In fact, even the largest businesses, I suspect, won't have considered absolutely every last detail. So, yes, there will be a general level of preparedness that will be higher in large companies than in smaller companies, but I doubt that any business is absolutely fully prepared for what is going to happen.
Thank you, that's helpful. And let's then move on talking about the actual future trade deal. If I start with you, David, this time, what do you think are the potential big opportunities and also the greatest concerns from London's perspective in terms of this future trade deal with the European Union?
So at this stage, what we are envisaging is very much what would in trade terms be considered the sort of a quick and dirty trade deal, because trade deals do not normally only take 8 months to negotiate. Exactly. There is virtually no precedent for that anywhere around the world. Therefore, much of this is going to be about simply signing up for things that other people have signed up for, and therefore even talking about opportunities or details seems wrong. The UK government seems to have set themselves against that idea. So, maybe instead of thinking about opportunities, let's just think about some of the key elements within that trade deal that, as they affect London. Clearly, starting with services, the temporary movement of people, which is known as Mode 4 in trade terms. The UK government historically has been very strict on allowing temporary movement of workers in. They've restricted the categories very dramatically as to who is allowed to come in under that in that way. That is very much a UK decision on what to offer. That is something that certainly is a big concern for London. I think probably bigger than any of the other services areas. I think it's unlikely that we will differ very much from any other trade agreement in terms of services. I don't expect there to be anything specific on financial services or on audiovisual services in a trade agreement. I think the other thing perhaps to look for in terms of London that occurs to me is the small and medium enterprise. There's a lot of smaller businesses in London and in the whole of the South East which are doing various services that we don't know that much about at a whole economy level. And they are, as I say, they're relying on being able to move between the UK and the EU. But more specifically, they're relying on being able to simply get information. And I think one of the biggest things that will be needed after December is information on what has changed, what is your trading position with the EU. And for small businesses, you can't expect them to be able to spend large amounts of time researching that. So I think that would be the other area I would point to.
Okay, thank you. Anand?
I mean, it's not obvious to me that we end up with a trade deal out of this process.
Okay, yeah.
partly because of the difficulties inherent in the negotiations, which everyone's been talking about, partly because it's not 100% clear to me that a trade deal will be the government's preferred outcome. I mean, it is just worth stressing the degree to which we live in times where politics trumps economics. And you see that in the way that immigration has been dealt with. You see that in terms of, if you look at the figures that came out yesterday about the US trade deal, I mean, it's quite clearly not about the economics, because if you look at the figures around the US trade deal and the government's own figures around what's going to happen because of Brexit, this isn't an economic story, it's a political story. It's about taking back control. It's about honouring
whatever that means.
Yes. Well, I mean, it's quite clear what it means, not being under someone else's law, not being forced to accept people into your country unless you decide. So, I mean, you know, there's a serious case to be made. If you value that kind of control over economic outcomes, this is the government for you. But what that means, of course, is it's a government that is willing to suck up a degree of economic disruption and to say it has done so in the name of, you know, answering that political priority. Whatever we get, we are headed to disruption. And disruption, I mean, what the economists disagree about when it comes to London is there are two distinct strands of economic modelling about London. There's one strand that says London will be worst hit because the services sector is particularly price sensitive and London is a services economy, and so London will be particularly badly hit. There's another sort of economics that says, actually, if you look at trade volumes and the degree to which regions of the United Kingdom are dependent on trade with the European Union, London is far less dependent than virtually any region apart from Scotland, and so London will not be worst hit. The one thing that both those schools of economists agree on, and again, this is relative to the rest of the country, is that London will be more resilient than most parts of the country because you have a young, well-trained, well-educated population that is therefore pretty skilled and therefore more adaptive than in other parts of the country. So there will be economic dislocation, disruption and costs because of this. London will probably react better and quicker than other parts of the country, but it will be hit. In the event of, I mean, one of the interesting questions about where we are now is the gap between deal and no deal is smaller than it's ever been before. So even though it's significant in aggregate GDP figures, it is far, far less significant than it was under Theresa May when you were talking about the difference between a more substantial trade deal on the one hand and a no-deal scenario that meant no withdrawal agreement on the other. That gap was far bigger than this gap is now.
That's very helpful. Anne?
In terms of customs, the difference between having a deal and not having a deal, so formalities and what happens on the border, is quite small. There is still, because with an FTA you still have a proper customs border as you do with a no deal scenario. There are some differences though. Again, that's maybe less for London per se, because London is a service-based economy. But in general, if you have an FTA, you obviously have rules of origin which complicate the situation a bit. One reason for that is because they are obviously complicated and it's quite a challenge for companies to follow them and get their heads around rules of origin, especially if they're doing this for the first time. Another reason is because rules of origin are one of the elements that you need to monitor as you go along throughout the year. So you don't decide for example, with a customs product code, you have a product, you find out what the code is, and that, unless the code changes, but it doesn't change from month to month, that code stays. With rules of origin, there are a number of factors that can impact whether the product originates or not. So it's one of the things where you have to monitor throughout the year, which obviously means additional staff, additional time and cost. So that's one of the ways in which a trade agreement would actually make it more complicated at the border. But at the same time, there's a lot that an FTA can facilitate. So even if we have this bare-bone goods-only FTA, FTAs normally come with a provision on customs cooperation. And borders obviously are a two-way process. So if you look at the no-deal prep that we had before the last Brexit deadline, or the one before that, and the transitional procedures, the simplified procedures, that was unilateral. That was UK introducing simplifications on their side, on this side only. But for something to properly work and make trade easier and quicker, it needs to be done on both sides. So if we have an agreement with the EU, if we have an FTA, there's some things we can do to make the border process easier. We can, first of all, we can get rid of pre-notifications, so the safety and security declarations, the way that Switzerland and Norway agreed with the EU not to have them. We can perhaps do that if we have a deal. We can look at mutual recognition of trusted traders programs, so the AEO program, which means that some of the traders potentially will have an easier time going through the border. We can also look at simplifications that allow companies to clear the goods on their premises, in the premises, not on the border. So there's a lot that the customs part of the trade deal could potentially help with. Again, whether there is time to negotiate that and the will to negotiate that on both sides, and also capacity, because we have the trade deal with the EU, we have the potentially trade deal with the US, we have Northern Ireland. There's a lot to negotiate in the next 10 months, and the question is whether we actually have enough people and just resources to even research all these areas and prepare.
Victoria, did you want to come in?
Yes, just a couple of quick ones. I think the other interesting, unique aspect of the current negotiations between the UK and the EU is that while one might ordinarily think if you wanted to do a quick and dirty deal, you would just stick to goods and focus on tariffs and customs matters. In this case, actually, that's where we probably have the most difficulty because of the level playing field requirements that the EU has attached to its no tariff, no quotas offer. And so, in a strange way, because both sides are talking about broad autonomous commitments on things like regulatory recognition in services, we're actually less far apart on services, I think, than we are potentially on goods because of this big difference on the level playing field aspect. So that's an interesting reversal, I suppose. But the other thing is that on services, I think we have to recall that the single market in services is arguably not complete, or even some would argue almost non-existent in many ways. So the difference between being in the single market in services and not being in the single market in services in many respects isn't that material for lots of sectors and lots of businesses trading cross-border in services.
In terms of services, what do you think could be done to preserve London's, and I guess indeed the UK's competitiveness in services, considering that it's unlikely that a trade deal is going to cover this sector and it is important to London's economy?
Well, I think a trade deal, based on the mandates that the UK and the EU have both produced, services would be covered. It's just that it wouldn't be covered in the same way. For example, for financial services, you could have a section of a trade deal on financial services dealing with market access and national and non-discriminatory treatment, but that is nothing remotely like passporting. So it's a completely different way of doing cross-border business. So I think services, while if a deal were to be completed, services would be in there. It just would be quite a different way of doing it, certainly for the highly regulated sectors like financial services. But in terms of how London can maintain its competitiveness, I think a lot of that really is within our own hands and down to domestic policy choices. And dare I mention things like a third runway at Heathrow and planning reform, things that will tackle mobility issues for people who live here and people who want to come here and do business. Fixing the problems with Crossrail, making sure that TfL is properly funded and maintained. Those are the things that will make a real difference to London's economy more broadly. And I would also make the point that London's biggest single customer for external trade, if you like, is actually the rest of the United Kingdom. Mm-hmm. So we're not, we sitting here in London would also potentially benefit from initiatives to improve productivity and growth in the whole of the United Kingdom.
Lovely, thank you. Anand, do you want to...
If the question is what should you be focusing on that will best preserve London's services, I think people is the answer, and people in two ways. Qualifications and mutual recognition of qualifications, and the rules around immigration. The services are very, very dependent on people's ability to travel. And again, going back to creative industries, if you think about I mean, it's a niche case, but actually I suspect there are a lot of these people around in London. If you're a violinist and you get a call in the morning to go and play in Paris that evening, you won't be able to do it unless we have rules that sort of waive the need to register your instrument and possibly think about a work visa. So enabling people to travel to do their business as easily as possible is one obvious way in which you can help the services sector, I think.
Some of the services that London is a specialist in are not actually well covered anyway by trade rules. So I've always given the example of film post-production, in which most of the world's films are finished off in Soho. Find that in any trade agreement. You're not going to find it. It's there. It's something London does. And actually the same applies, for example, to the film studios in around London as well. This stuff is more, again, as Anand has said, and I think Victoria as well, this is more about the ability of people to come here than anything else. Yeah. However, what I would draw upon is that that's fine for a lot of the services we'll carry on if we can supply them with people, but for things like fintech, financial services technology, we may have space for regulatory innovation. That's great, but at some point you want to sell it into other countries. And when you want to sell it, you're going to have our regulations transferred into other countries, or at the very least for whatever we're developing to be allowed to be sold in other countries. And that's where the notion that we're currently looking at of regulatory sovereignty doesn't really work, because we have to be able to influence other people's rules. In services, it's much more about individual agreements to remove certain regulatory barriers. Once you're outside the single market, where I think I would slightly disagree that it's as to how incomplete it is. I think the services single market is very definitely a real thing that we have benefited from. Once we're no longer there, when we're developing things in London, such as new financial technology products, we are going to have to be working around Europe and around the rest of the world to try to identify whether there are, the government is or London Assembly, are there barriers to being able to sell these things around the world, and if so, how do we remove them? And those are going to be specific. They are not going to come in free trade agreements. They are going to come through, I'm afraid, fairly painstaking work, but it's going to require quite a lot of effort. And I do think that we're too fixated on free trade agreements and not enough on thinking about some of those specific things that we're going to have to do.
Lovely, thank you.
Right, if I can now move on to manufacturing, how confident are you that the future trade deal will provide London's manufacturing businesses with the terms they need for frictionless trade? Who wants to go on that?
Well, I can
please.
Have
You alluded to
almost
it,
a very quick short answer to that is it won't be frictionless. Frictionless is gone. The only question is how much friction and how well managed, and a trade deal can do a lot. Anna described quite a lot of the things that can happen to mitigate the administrative burdens. I would also say, as a bit of a free trade fanatic, that in many ways the unilateral simplifications and facilitations that the UK had proposed to deal with a potential no deal exit were very exciting, because apart from anything else, unilaterally eliminating almost all tariffs would have actually made the process of administration much more streamlined, because you take away the risk, the financial risk of being liable for duties that you perhaps haven't declared properly, which is one of the big issues, especially for small businesses who are importing goods. They have to submit guarantees to HMRC to benefit from various facilitations, so that HMRC is confident that the customs debt is covered. And that is just one of many things that for a small business just impacts on their cash flow. So unfortunately, it looks like my free trade dream now isn't going to happen. But the other thing is that once the UK is out of the customs union, we can start eliminating tariffs unilaterally, even if we are in a free trade agreement with the EU. There's nothing to stop us from going above and beyond that on an MFN basis and starting to get rid of tariffs across the board as much as possible.
Apart from the vested interests of people
Apart
who
from
need
the
to
vested
unite in our country, who may be damaged by them having to pay tariffs, but not being
yes, and I
able to
realise your
charge
question was about London's manufacturers, but I would venture a guess that many manufacturers in London or who have sort of head offices in London are trading in goods that perhaps aren't particularly high tariff items anyway, like pharmaceuticals or IT equipment, those kinds of things that are pretty much zero tariff across the board. Things like clothing is different and attracts very high tariffs. So for manufacturers of fashion items, which I think is one of London's biggest manufactured exports, then they would potentially have big trade barriers in the form of tariffs. But potentially, again, we're talking about quite high-end items that perhaps aren't so price sensitive.
The Canada agreement, style agreement that the government's trying to negotiate, that of course would remove tariffs, wouldn't it? So
it would on certainly everything that London manufacturers would be making, because I think the only retained tariffs in the Canada agreement were sensitive agricultural products, so I don't think any London manufacturers would be hit by that.
anybody else come in on manufacturing?
Just, a couple of things. Just don't forget, we talk about Canada, but we forget the fact that we're 20 miles from the European Union, so things like road haulage isn't an issue for Canada, and it is an issue for us, so it is very misleading. We could talk about Australia and Canada all we like, but unless we're planning to build a bridge to Australia, road haulage isn't an issue there, and it's a very big issue here. So there's lots of things we'll need to bolt on to that kind of agreement anyway, just because of geographical proximity. The broader political point I've made is it strikes me that London has been quite bad in a context where everyone's talking about Workington at making its own case. Whether that's a case in terms of deprivation in London or London's role in driving national growth, it strikes me one of the priorities of London at the moment has to be, and it's a weird thing given that London's prominence over the last couple of decades, is to make the case that London matters to the national economy. And this isn't about special pleading for London, but actually having a flourishing capital economically matters to the whole of the country. And I think actually part of the battle here is on a domestic political level and is nothing about the relationship with the European Union, but it's just, curiously enough, getting heard properly in a debate that has shifted location quite rapidly.
I think that those are the kind of questions that the London Assembly ask ourselves on a weekly basis, actually, about the case for London. And all the solutions require some courage by government.
And it is absolutely bewildering how quickly the nature of our political debate has changed. How quickly and how far. And no one knows whether that's going to last or whether it's more than rhetoric or whatever, but it just does seem to me that all of a sudden, everyone's talking about the Red Wall and no one's talking about the city that generates so much wealth and taxation income for the country as a whole.
Can I add 2 points here? Completely agree on the lack of frictionless trade. The only option for frictionless trade is what we had, what we're leaving, so no frictionless trade going forward. But 2 quick points here. One is on, slightly disagree on tariffs, but bigger than non-tariff barriers are bigger than tariffs in terms of difficulty when it comes to trading. When we're talking about London manufacturers, the non-tariff barriers that they will face are not UK barriers, are the barriers in the country that they export to. So if you have a UK manufacturer or London manufacturer exporting to, let's say, Canada, Japan, Mexico, the barriers that they will be facing are those local barriers. And one way to remove these barriers is through bilateral negotiations with these countries. And that's something that I don't think we've heard a lot from DIT about removing our own no-tariff barriers, and it's going to make it easier to import to the UK, which is great. But the other side has not really been picked up. Another thing that's quite important here is something that concerns me actually quite a lot. We've heard again this idea about manufacturing, 3D printing and all that, and stopping the supply chains because we can just 3D print everything here. Supply chains will continue developing, and the way things are going right now, it seems like the UK, the rhetoric within the UK is to take the UK out of the supply chains. This will not change the supply chains. It will just mean that companies will go, or the supply chains will go around the UK. And one thing that I've heard from companies over the last few years is that we're seeing EU clients switching suppliers. Oh, this is already a reality. This is not even something that's going to happen after the end of the transition periods. This is already happening. London manufacturers, sellers, exporters are losing clients because of what's happening.
Yes.
I would just add as well, though, on the counter side to that, we have also seen quite a lot of reshoring as companies, especially, for example, in the automotive industry, have sought to meet the local content requirements of, for example, EU rules of origin. So a lot of manufacturers have been trying to reshore production. I mean, as a free market supporter, I hate that. That's a horrible distortion. But
Terry, what's a distortion?
Reshoring production of your intermediate parts, for example, just to meet a rule of origin requirement, which really is why rules of origin are so damaging and distortive, because it means manufacturers, instead of choosing the best value and best quality part, will choose it based on the location of the supplier. And we have seen that in, as I say, sectors like automotive, which are very vulnerable to rules of origin, have tried very much. There's been a big scramble to try and locate UK-based suppliers of automotive parts to get the local content up to the required percentage.
Which may mean a sacrifice in quality.
It could mean, I don't think it would necessarily mean a step down in quality, but it would mean potentially that you're not getting the best price because national suppliers know that they have a bit of an edge on external suppliers. So it ultimately delivers a worse outcome for the consumer.
Sorry, could I just come in here? But presumably those rules of origin rules might be about ensuring that the workers who are producing those goods that are being procured are properly paid, have sick pay, and have those kind of rights, which might not be, if you could go anywhere in the world, you might well be able to source things more cheaply, but you wouldn't have the same guarantee that the people who'd produced them had been fairly treated.
I wouldn't particularly say that that's a function of rules of origin. I think rules of origin is just pure outright protectionism to protect the incumbent vested interests in country. There are other ways of perhaps trying to...
wouldn't those rules of origin, I mean, if they're, for instance, if it's about sourcing stuff from other EU countries, isn't that about having a level playing field in terms of workers' protections?
I mean, I suppose it might have that as a side effect. It's not historically been the reason for rules of origin.
Okay.
And arguably, given that many EU countries have, for example, low or no minimum wages at all, it wouldn't really work even within the EU for that purpose.
Well, actually, it's kind of worth coming in here. I mean, what we're talking about here are preferential arrangements. So if we want to have preferential arrangements, whether with the EU or with any other country, you set conditions for preferential arrangements, and those can be rules of origin, which say where your goods are coming from. So we're not just badging Chinese goods and moving them onto the EU with doing nothing else, but they can be your labour rights or environment or whatever it is. So that's why I don't think, personally, I don't agree that that's a function of protectionism. You have a basic world trade system, which you have low or no tariffs on many industrial goods, but if you wish to reduce the remaining tariffs, and that's what we're talking about with the EU, then there are conditions for doing that. And in terms of how that affects London, again, I don't know how much manufacturing there actually is in London. I don't know what kind of products that we're talking about here. A broader point is that the economy, certainly in terms of manufacturing, it's very unpredictable to know what will happen as a result of the changes in our trading relationship, because the likelihood is that there will be some decline in trade. As barriers go up, there will be some decline in trade, but that is going to be inconsistent. In some ways, as Victoria has said, some of the price that we'll pay will actually be just in terms of higher costs, because we'll no longer get the benefit of cheaper imports. So it is quite unpredictable. different sectors will be affected in different ways depending on the way that they're manufacturing. Brompton Bikes will be affected in a different way, for example, to GSK on pharmaceuticals. There's no general answer that you can give on this.
Can I, let's move on to sort of non-EU trade deals. Will the UK be able to renegotiate trade deals with countries such as Japan on terms that are favourable to the UK and London?
So quite a lot of these have already been done. A lot of agreements were already signed pretty much intact, generally with the smaller countries with which the EU had trade deals. So the likes of Chile or Israel, or smallest of them all, Faroe Islands.
Some of them are quite substantial, though, aren't they?
Switzerland.
In terms of the large, Switzerland and Norway, but in terms of the largest of other countries, many of those were not done, and this is Mexico, Japan, Canada, and even Korea, which was done, was subject to a potential renegotiation in 2 years' time. And for those countries, it is the case that for a renegotiation, they all want things that they want to achieve, and potentially so will we. There's no reason. So we will take the base of what the EU agreement says, but I'm sure those countries will want other things from us, and will think, well, the UK is smaller than the EU, so we maybe won't give them quite the same terms, but we may want different things from them as well. So again, I think the UK government is treating, say, an agreement with Japan as if this should be more or less the same as the EU agreement, and maybe Japan will ask for something a bit different in terms of reducing tariffs on cars. I think from our point of view, we should be thinking, okay, is there something more that could be done on, for example, services? Won't be easy, but is there more that can be done? And I think perhaps the UK government has been a bit passive in terms of thinking about our own interests and what would make a difference, particularly in services where, as I mentioned before, it's not easy to think of what will make a difference. But certainly that's something we should be looking at. But yeah, the main ones are still to be done.
There's an interesting technical point here, is that countries like the US or Japan have their own model of FTAs, especially when it comes to technical things like rules of origin. They have a certain, it's mostly in the detail, like how do you calculate certain things and so on, but they have a model that they try to push or get other countries to sign on to when they negotiate a trade agreement with them. So far the UK has been obviously part of EU's FTAs, so we've been kind of signed up to the EU's model. Now that we're leaving, and if you read the mandate last week, the UK-US mandate, there is this notion of having, for example, simple rules of origin. But the thing is, if you start negotiating and you're starting with someone like the US, they know what they want from their rules of origin because they have a system, they have a model. They try to get it in as many FTAs as possible because it makes it easier for their manufacturers and companies to comply with, because they're complying with broadly the same style of rules. So obviously they want as much harmony and harmonization between different FTAs as possible. So they know what they're proposing. It's not that it's impossible to agree to something different with them, but you have to come with a good reason and a good proposal of what you want to achieve from your rules of origin. What the UK, where UK is at the moment, is that it very clearly doesn't want to stay within the EU model, because that's part of taking back control, but we don't actually have our own model to propose. So we know we don't want to come to the negotiating table with the US and say we want to get EU's rules of origin, because the whole thing is about stepping away from the EU models as far as possible. But we have nothing to offer at this point. We have nothing to propose. The same with Japan. We want to try to copy probably rules of origin from the EU. Japan. We want to have something that reflects our own economy and the kind of composition in terms of what we import and export, but we don't have a system that's ready to go. We don't have the kind of UK standard for FTAs, and that's the same for many areas.
Don't those things develop organically?
Yeah, over
after
time.
trade deal, you learn more and more and more.
Yeah, and you start one, like, so for example, I'm mostly familiar with the way Japan negotiates trade deals. You start with a small trade agreement. They start with Singapore. You see what works. You get feedback from companies. You get some some kind of issues that are, for example, that particular trade for that particular industry. This doesn't really work because we're having difficulties complying with that. You learn as you go along, and then you develop a model. And once you have something that works, you just kind of stick to it in a way. Again, it's not that it's all the same. It's more around principles rather than details. Obviously, differ between agreements, but the principles are there. And if you look across different trade agreements, and you look, for example, at rules of origin for the same product, you can clearly see certain lines there and certain types of structuring things. And again, it's not impossible for a company to comply with different types of rules of origin. It adds this bit of unnecessary, effort and work.
Can I talk about the further education and higher education sectors? What can be done to ensure that higher education institutions can retain their EU citizen academics?
Well, I mean, the first thing is to clarify the rules that there will be. I mean, one of the problems there's been is no one's been quite certain what the rules have been. I haven't seen aggregate figures on this. There's a lot of anecdote floating around universities about people not taking up jobs or going, as they see it, back to continental Europe because of Brexit. I haven't seen anything that implies that there's a massive problem as yet. But bear in mind that this is, but now it's quite a competitive sector. So one of the things you see in the trade press is EU-based universities advertising for people who hold ERC or other grants in the United Kingdom to come there, and the advert will say, absolutely no uncertainty about the future of your grant here if you want to come here. So there's a competitive market that's developing between universities. So part of it is about providing that reassurance to people. So it's negotiating an arrangement with the European Union that is clear as quickly as possible. Part of it is very, very hard to do. Anecdotally, quite a few of the people just want to leave because we're no longer a member state of the European Union. There's nothing you can do about that. We're not going to be a member state of the European Union again in the near future. And part of it is you've also got to bear in mind that there are all sorts of different kinds of lack of clarity around the higher education system in the UK at the moment. The EU relationship is one of them. Immigration rules is another. The future of university funding is a third, which is possibly as important, if not more so than the other two. So every time we have an election, and that seems to be quite a regular thing nowadays, people propose a fundamental overhaul of the funding of the sector. And that doesn't help in terms of people making either their own plans or institutions planning their own strategies.
Do you think the loss of the Horizon 2020 funding will affect, how will the loss of that funding affect higher education institutions after the end of the transition period?
It'll have a massive impact on the most successful institutions because we are disproportionately successful in applying for EU research money. We do far better than any other member state because we have quite a good university sector. The other way in which it might affect things is for those who, depending on our relationship with that programme, academics here who are keen to apply through those schemes might think about going and basing themselves elsewhere if it becomes easier to apply from those places. There's certainly evidence of the fact that other EU institutions have been far more leery about involving UK higher education institutions in collective bids for that money since the referendum, simply because of the uncertainty about the status of the UK afterwards.
I do think, though, the impact of Horizon can be overstated, because my understanding is that as a proportion of the funding that goes into UK universities and higher education, the EU funding from Horizon or other sources is actually relatively small and isn't necessarily well targeted and good value. I think it was Dr. Lee Rotherham did a piece actually researching on what those Horizon grants our funding, and often it's not potentially the kind of groundbreaking scientific or cultural research that people might wish their public funds to be spent on. And so there are some upsides from that, because we will no longer be having British taxpayers' money laundered through EU institutions and sent back to us to be spent on the EU's particular priorities. So there are potentially ways of doing that better as well.
I mean, there's an element of truth to that, I think. I mean, I'm not going to stand there and say that EU research funding is perfect, because a lot of it was kind of transnational dining as much as anything else. It was about building networks rather than doing sort of applied research. But, I mean, the one thing I imagine we will never know is the degree to which out of those sort of transnational networks stemmed collaborations from which the path-breaking research actually came. And so I think the thing about that paper by Lee Rotherham was it was interesting, and it gave a slightly different view, and I absolutely accept the fact that academics are sometimes prone to say these things are good just because they give us money rather than because they actually lead to decent outcomes. But that paper was incomplete in the sense that to do that properly, what you have to do is to say, okay, so you created that network and that network didn't produce research, but 5 years down the line, if collaborations born out of that network produced path-breaking research, then that is partly down to that investment in the first place. Yeah. So I'd say it was a bit messier than that paper implied, but I take his point that sometimes these funds aren't used as well as they could be.
In prospects of just replacing EU laundered money with just UK grants.
I think that was the plan in the short term. I think probably there is some uncertainty as how that will work longer term. But of course, through the new trade policy that the UK has and future endeavours with other countries, I would expect that trying to replicate research cooperation and higher education networking, and especially as well because actually, as I understand it, the new immigration policy will be much more liberal vis-a-vis the rest of the world. So there is the potential there for actually recreating networks that aren't just confined to EU participants.
I mean, obviously you can create new networks, but you are never going to replicate the depth and regularity of links between the UK and the EU. One of the reasons is geography. Another reason is just institutionally that was how the EU worked. Now, while I was a civil servant, I worked both on files that required me to go to Brussels and also on files that had a more international dimension with the likes of the US and China. And just for reasons of cost and geography, I got to know people in Brussels a lot more than I got to know people in the US and China. And so, and this is a point for London, I think, in general as well, is how does London and London interests, which will include those with the EU, how are those maintained? How do you keep, to the extent possible, strong ties, because we want strong ties, that's where things happen, is from these networks. Yes, it would be nice to have strong ties with academics or science or research programs in the US. It's never going to have the same depth as those that we've had. That's just a reality. I'm not making that as a political point.
I mean, the reality of geography, absolutely. But what are you saying is going to be the obstacle? A piece of paper?
What's the obstacle is that you are outside of a structure that has basically almost enforced that. So you're given a structure that if you're, say, a UK official working on research programs, you have to attend all these wretched meetings every 4 weeks or whatever. But actually, over time, that means you get to know many of the people, and that can be useful to you. You no longer have that structure, and therefore, when you're only occasionally meeting people, whether they're in Europe or the US, you're less likely to build those networks. That's just a simple fact of life. And I think the question I have from that is not, that's terrible, we must immediately rush and rejoin. I think it is accept that point, therefore we're losing something, therefore how do we put in place ways to
there are other ways
to replace it. But don't assume that cooperation with the rest of the world can replace the depth that we had with the EU. It can't.
I mean, for the higher education sector in particular, I wouldn't over-egg this. I mean, academics are going to be able to meet. Just it might be the conference circuit or whatever. So I'm not saying that all of a sudden we're not going to meet our counterparts from other EU member states. I'm just saying that the sort of funding the EU gave facilitated that and the building of networks. I mean, I think actually a bigger issue for higher education now is the government is already committed, I think, to significantly increasing the science budget. And there's a discussion going on about how they use that. And one of the interesting things about how they use that is tied to my earlier point about this whole levelling up agenda, is on the one hand, the temptation is to splash the cash towards the most research-intensive universities, which is essentially the golden triangle with some universities elsewhere. Whether that makes sense in the context of a political environment that says we need to be seen to be, funding parts of the country. We had that whole rumour about an MIT of the North, which struck me as bananas. But that ties into the politics again, which is we need to be seen to be placing that money elsewhere. So there is going to be a conversation to be had about, is research money aimed primarily at enhancing research, or does it have a political subtext which means that other considerations will come into play as well? And that's a debate London needs to be involved in from the start, I think.
Right.
The EU is certainly very insistent of having a billboard outside every project saying funded by the EU. So I wonder whether or not it's more political than. Does Norway suffer particularly from not being a member of the EU in terms of academic cooperation?
Not particularly, but there are two things, aren't there? There is not being a member and there is ceasing to be a member, and ceasing to be a member is far more disruptive than not being a member, because you have the status quo changes. Okay, so we have to rethink ways we do things. But Norway is small, and Norway is far less successful than we are, which will change the calculation on the other side of the fence. When you talk to people in Brussels about research cooperation, they're very happy to have research cooperation, but what they'll say is, you're no longer going to get more out of it than you put in. I mean, that's the bottom line about not being a member state, is we will devise a system that you can't, as they see it, game as effectively as UK academics have gamed it.
Did we get more out of the EU than we put in?
In terms of research budget, yeah.
Okay. Let's move on to healthcare. How confident are you that the mutual recognition provisions of trained doctors and nurses can continue to apply between the UK and EU? Anyone?
I
have on that?
actually a reasonable level of optimism on this, and that's because of the provisions in respect of member state nationals and UK nationals in the respective jurisdictions under the withdrawal agreement, where I believe, and I don't have the exact wording in front of me, but I believe that for EU citizens in this country, as well as the rights of settlement and rights to work, etc., that will be protected for their lifetimes. I believe also their recognition of qualifications is also protected under the withdrawal agreement, and vice versa for UK nationals in EU member states. And it seems to me that if we are doing that for the several million EU nationals here now, it would be quite difficult to then institute a separate system for EU nationals coming in after the end of the transition period, and we wouldn't recognise their qualifications, which in many cases are going to be the same qualifications, and obviously the same will apply in the 27. So for that reason of practicality alone, because I simply can't see why you would institute a two-tier system of recognising the qualifications of member state nationals who are here on a particular date, but not ones who arrive afterwards. So for that quite practical reason, I have some optimism that that might be agreed. And this is not something that needs to be firmly agreed in the free trade agreement either. You could do that outside the scope of a full FTA.
Can I just add to? Sorry, do you want to go?
I was going to say that I don't have that level of confidence, and I'm afraid on regulatory matters, it's not that anything that Victoria said was wrong as to why I don't have that level of confidence. But if one looks at where regulations come from, it normally comes from some forms of scandal, and all it will take after the into past 2021 is one scandal involving somebody who wasn't properly qualified, who we allowed to work here newly qualified, and
but
suddenly
that happens all the time now.
No, I accept that it happens, but at the moment we're still bound to accept the way things are under EU rules. What I'm saying is the way regulations evolve in countries is, I'm afraid, the likes of the Daily Mail play quite a lead role in ensuring that things like mutual recognition of qualifications become more difficult because there's scandals, then people say, oh no, we can't accept these doctors, they weren't properly trained, etc. Yes, it's in our hands to accept this, but I believe that the general trend is always towards putting more barriers up. I don't tend to the optimistic view that because we can, we end up doing so.
Can I just add two things to that? Firstly, it is worth being clear that British citizens who are already resident in the European Union do lose some rights, and that is to say they lose their rights to free movement. They might continue to enjoy their rights in the member state in which they live, but that doesn't give them free movement rights. If you live in Germany and work in Luxembourg, then there are problems ahead for you almost certainly, because it doesn't carry, those rights don't extend to Luxembourg. The second thing is my understanding is creating a different system for those who are already here and those who are arriving after that date is precisely the point of the withdrawal agreement, as far as I can see. You're creating two different tiers of Europeans in the United Kingdom and of Brits in the European Union. The ones who've satisfied the residence criteria and the ones who haven't. And I've not heard anything that implies to me that going forward it has been agreed already.
Oh, no,
that in terms of your healthcare rights or mutual recognition of qualifications, and that I think the position of this government is actually not to give the same level of rights to new arrivals as to the people who are already
I'm
here.
sure that's right, but specifically in terms of mutual recognition of qualifications, where ultimately the burden of that will be felt by the employer. So if an employer wants to employ a doctor who has retained rights under the withdrawal agreement, say a Polish doctor, versus a Polish person who's still in Poland at present, why would you be able to recognise the qualification of the one who's already here but not the one who wasn't here as at 31st of
But
December
surely because of
2020?
immigration law, because one has settled status, the other doesn't. It's just a classic case of immigration law. I mean, why should my parents be able to work here and yet their cousin in India not? Because of immigration law.
I'm sure I'm putting forward an optimistic reason why this might fall into place. I'm not saying this is what the government plans to do or will do, but I'm saying it would make sense not to have mutual recognition of qualifications based on the qualification holder rather than the qualification.
I just asked Mr. Mann and Mr. Hennig, don't you think that those very demands of the health service and healthcare sector will have an effect on the policy? Or is it just the politics? So do you think it's just this rather sort of...
The simple answer to that is
does nativism trump everything?
I wouldn't call it nativism. I don't think,
it is.
I think that's going too far. I mean, it is, I mean, on one level, having a system where you have no say over whether or not a certain sort of person has the right to come and work here is globally, it's weird in comparative context. I wouldn't say it's nativist not to want free movement, but my answer would be go talk to the Society of Motor Manufacturers and Traders and see how much difference their noise has made, or City UK, or a whole number. I mean, this goes back to my earlier point about politics versus economics. In the old world of politics, yes, you would absolutely have expected a lot of big employers making a lot of noise to have had an impact on the policy of the government. I'm not so sure I would bet on that now.
Okay. Does the lower salary threshold address areas of concern on healthcare? Bearing in mind that I think nurses, starting pay for nurses is under the threshold.
Some, but the massive hole is social care.
Yes, absolutely.
Is the answer to that?
Yeah, I think that's right. And to be honest, if this led to people working in social care being paid more and being trained better to improve productivity and efficiency, and also, being more recognised and respected as well, then I think that would be a good thing. I find it quite uncomfortable, the idea that we need to keep free movement of people so we can continue having thousands of immigrants from poor countries come and do the very low respect work in our care homes for the lowest salary possible. I find that quite an uncomfortable argument in favour of free movement.
You're a free marketeer. I'm all in favour of that.
Yes, I am, and I think. But what I'm arguing is that saying that we must keep free movement of people so we can carry on importing low-wage people to do the least well-paid menial jobs is not a nice argument.
What suggests that we're not just going to replace, as you caricatured, untrained, low-paid workers from Europe with untrained, low-paid workers from the UK? Why was there would be a difference?
Well, this isn't necessarily my view, but I think the idea is that when you have a squeeze in the labour market, employers are then incentivised to pay people more and train people better. And I must say that's certainly seems to have been the case so far with the squeeze on labour markets. We have seen since the referendum, with fewer EU nationals coming to work here, wages in certain sectors have actually gone up.
Though it's a different choice if your trade-off is maintaining free movement on the one hand and people leaving the social care sector because it's no longer profitable, so you don't have sufficient supply unless you're rich enough to pay privately, which would be a whole... I mean, if that's the trade-off,
well,
it's a very different picture, isn't it?
If we're going to talk about reforming the social care system to take it out of the dead hand of government control, then I'm all for that.
Mm-hmm.
What should the Mayor be focusing on in his... this is my final question, just to... so you can be nice and relaxed for this one. What should the Mayor be focusing on in his efforts to lobby when it comes to the UK's trade deal with the EU and with others to help to ensure London's competitiveness?
I'd say two things. I mean, firstly, go back to what I said before, is I think the Mayor needs to make the case for London, first and foremost. That is to say that London isn't about London, it's about the national economy. I think that narrative has to become a lot stronger. And secondly, I'd probably say people again. I mean, the Mayor is not going to impact on this government's approach to the negotiations with the European Union. Let's be perfectly honest about that. That's just not happening. They've got a majority. That majority is going to be rock solid through these negotiations, as far as I can see. All those Tory MPs have taken the pledge. But so the way to weigh on what happens is to weigh on the things not directly related to the trade negotiations, and things like a future deal on mutual recognition or future immigration policy are areas like that where I think his efforts will be best spent. Going around saying, gosh, I wish we had a Norway deal, is probably just a waste of oxygen, because that's just not what this government is going to deliver, whoever says it.
It's a shame, but you're right.
Well,
I mean, I think I'm in slight danger of repetition. I think too much focus on free trade agreements. I think that identify some of London's strengths. What are the actual barriers to trade? I think you'll find that many of them are not addressed in free trade agreements. We already talked about people. I talked about various regulatory equivalence agreements that could be done, not just with the EU, but globally. Focus on things that are specific to London. Free trade agreements are a nice big tool. They're getting attention somewhat out of proportion to what they can deliver at the moment. And there are many more things in the trade policy toolbox, and I think that is something that I think, particularly in terms of the areas of London's strength, that could be well pointed out, because frankly the thing that free trade agreements do most is they reduce agricultural tariffs. That's not really a big issue for London.
Not huge. No.
I would echo that and say that really the Mayor should stick to what he does have powers over, and potentially as well try not to discourage people from viewing London as a major international hub by, for example, coming out so strongly against the third runway at Heathrow, which, as I recall, just a few years ago, he was actually very much in favour of when he was a transport minister. And, transport and connectivity is very important. In terms of openness, getting rid of silly policies like banning certain kinds of adverts on the tube, these kinds of things don't really contribute to London seeming like a liberal, vibrant centre for creative services. So, and actually, in terms of what he could usefully do in the EU context, is probably mostly, I would say, focused around financial services and really making the case for why London is such a valuable partner for the EU and the Eurozone in terms of access to capital markets. Really making the case for London, for the City of London, I think would be quite an important contribution.
Taking London and taking UK out of European supply chains is definitely that there's no upside to this. Going forward, whatever can be done for UK to stay within European and regional supply chains would be helpful, whether it's within an FTA or through other options and mechanisms. We do have global supply chains, but even though that's increasingly a thing, the way to transport goods is still very much the old-fashioned way of there's only so much you can do with goods, and that takes time and money. And because of that, regional supply chains are still much more significant than global supply chains. And given where UK's geographical position, we have to be part of regional supply chains. We can obviously increase our trade with Africa, one of the things that the government is talking about, and other regions. But whatever can be done to help UK businesses to stay within regional supply chains will be of great help to London and the rest of the economy as well.
Thank you. With that, we come to the end of our interrogation. And thank you very much. I would remind you, that you probably didn't know, some while ago I wrote a report called Southern Powerhouse, because we're rather fixated about the North, where they make absolutely no money whatsoever, and we leave the South, where we make all the money for the country, to swim in its own sea. Anyway, so thank you very much indeed for your time today. Really did appreciate it, and we've had a very challenging few answers, some very challenging answers. Thank you. Now, if I can move on, you're welcome to hang around. I wouldn't if I were you. It's very, I'm paid to be here. You're not. So, if we can now move on to the next part of our discussion, can we note the report and discussions and delegate authority to me? Or
to the chair.
To me as chair for this session, in consultation with party group leads, to agree an output from this discussion.
Agreed.
The date of the next meeting, the London Assembly annual meeting due to take place on the 15th of May, will decide which committees to establish for the 2021 Assembly year and a timetable of meetings for those committees. We agree with that. Agreed. And I think I'd also like to say that if we do bring this committee back, we do need to change the title because we've exited. It's not about looking forward to exit. And finally, is there any other business that I consider urgent as chair? There are not. Thank you very much.
Thank you.